Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another session of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. My name is Jake, your lovely DM, as always. And tonight with me, my usual players, here to
I'm sorry. Say that again.
my harem.
I don't accept.
That is not what I heard.
Yeah, I don't accept.
You have to ask somebody else for that for me.
I believe you were putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Woo! Emphasis, that's good. Fuck you, that's good. Yes, we are here yet again.
I think I broke his brain a little.
Weep!
Off to a great start already, huh?
Yep. We're not even a fucking minute and a half in, and I'm already just.
Honestly, that's kind of par for the course for us.
Yeah.
Just another day that ends in Y.
Yeah, it's true.
Good to be back.
What are you talking about? All my days start with Y.
Oh, God.
Why has God allowed me to live another day?
I'm making everyone else's problems. Well, where we last left off, the party had slain the demon, the devil, Sonoth, in her home, in her pocket dimension, running out of the building, but not before being spotted by something as the pocket dimension collapsed. The party managing to make it safely out. Afterwards, you spent the night at the Roseway Tavern to recuperate. We're going to see Leolin and Veastrix in the morning. However, on your way there, let me be clear. However, on the way there,
you fucker.
Problem.
Little bit.
On the way there, the party was summoned by Emperor Albert, the palace, where a political meeting was held between most of the leaders of the continent of Kapentarr. The announcement that the dragons had begun to arrive on the coast, with dragons being spread out throughout the land. The party decided to focus instead on the head deep into the Tiefwald to find the lair of Krak'Kharrum, the ancient green dragon learned about they had last been in the Tiefwald. And we begin with you guys, I do believe, still deciding on how best to get back to the Tiefwald.
Right. I believe we had been offered the use of horses to take from
Yes,
the
that's
stables.
true. Were offered.
Would be a decently quick way, but
when I'm trying to figure out the timeline of things, because I do have a solution to our problem, but I don't know if it would then be relevant to this conversation.
I think I know what you're talking about. I will allow it because I technically didn't give you guys the level up until the end of the session.
Okay, then one moment.
But obviously you guys did the kill the day before. I just didn't want to bring the session to a screeching halt.
Right.
In the middle of the session.
We may not have need of horses.
Why would that be?
Learned a bit of magic.
I mean, so have quite a few of us, but wait, did you
I
actually?
have. I have to look better. My bad. I took some notes.
Oh. Think you can manage to get us all there in one piece? Then, by all means, I suppose.
Get us all there in one piece, and probably close enough.
Well, if we can end up at least close enough to Croden or Alabama to be able to make contact and try and get a better idea of exactly where we're headed beyond simply the heart of the forest.
Yeah, I was thinking Croton would have a bit more of a history of just gathered knowledge on this subject.
My thoughts as well. Well, suppose no time like the present.
It'll take me about 10 minutes, so get comfortable.
There's also one other issue. Small, minor issue, but still an issue nonetheless. The amount of targets.
Targets. You end up to 4. That's true.
So one person would not be able to tag along. That's,
Yeah,
However,
I kept remembering you in 5. My apologies.
no, that's fair because Leland would often just make multiple trips.
right, because
Yeah.
she has the spell capacity to do that.
Mm-hmm. That being said, because I see you do have it, just because this is a larger than intended party, quote unquote, and you, in order to actually make the trip, you will need to be casting it at 7th level, a heightened spell level.
Can you prepare a spell twice? Because I'd be comfortable with that.
I mean, then you would just have to.
No, then I would.
You'd have to prep 4 times.
Yeah.
No, what
3
I'll-
times.
Yeah.
3 times, yeah. No, what I'll say, because you're heightening it to 7th level, it's not technically in the rules, but I'll, just because, again, this is a larger than average party.
Teleportation spells in this universe carry 5 extra people.
When heightened up to 7th level, just up because the 7th level, the heightening increases the amount of distance you can travel. Why not the amount of people you could fucking take with you? Fuck it.
You're the GM. Do what you want.
Exactly. So yeah, because you're casting at 7th level, 5 people. You and 5 people.
Gotcha. Yeah, and apologies for that again. Like I said, I kept remembering you in 5.
Mm-hmm.
All good.
I think it was because I was thinking of 5 total.
Oh,
And I mean, really, we're only 5.5 people.
Wow.
Hey!
It is true. Fep is only half a person.
Oh.
You know, I was thinking of going in that direction. That direction specifically.
But no, because you are quite familiar with Croden. You've spent time in Croden. God, I need to pull out my old notebooks. Shit. Yeah, because you have spent time in Croden, you're able to picture it in your head. And you're able to get that teleportation pretty quickly. Or not quickly, but, firmly in your mind.
Sound good?
Well, time is of the essence, so sooner the better.
Yep. And it is a 10-minute ritual, so is there anything anyone would like to do
believe there's much else for me to do.
Not particularly, no.
Same.
I'm good.
The 10 minutes then passes fairly quickly. Everyone gathers all together, and with the thoughts of Croden firmly in your mind, Loren, you whisk yourself away. The at this point, kind of familiar at this point, sensation of teleportation magic being used does indeed overcome you as your surroundings shift from the cityscape of the Bavarian capital city. Lawrence, where were you trying to aim for in Croden?
Just outside the city.
Okay.
Not like trying to drop my ass into anybody's house.
You are all suddenly, as the vertigo-inducing, the vertigo sensation of teleportation vanishes, the light that had been coming from the sun, from the early morning sun, is suddenly gone, as everything is now very dark around you, as the familiar darkness of the Tiefwald takes over. The sun hidden away by the thick trees. The air suddenly much chillier, and it is indeed quieter for the most part. It is loud in different ways, taken from a metropolis to deep in the forest, although admittedly, you are standing on the path just outside the gates of Croden, the seat of power of King Merrick. Some of the Lycan guards just goes there.
I was gonna just be taken aback a little at seeing them, and then turn to Fef and just say, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel like you might have a little better sway with your connection.
Oh boy. So Fef will step forward and just the standard introduction. I am Fef, son of Fef, son of Walla.
Oi! Oh. Yeah, it's one of you.
And Maha will then also gesture to the earring.
Same.
Meanwhile, the other guard just, I kind of remember you're the ones that took out the troll a couple months back.
Yeah, we moved on to dragons now.
God, it was only a couple months ago.
Yeah?
Time flows in strange ways.
No, it goes forward.
This
Mostly.
is my new favorite card.
Regardless, we've come seeking an audience with King Merrick and his courts. We were hoping to try and procure any further information about the ancient dragon Krak'Kharrum. Fear the attack from the dragons to the east is imminent.
Well, we're clearly protected here. But no, really, you can, yeah. Come with me.
Thank you.
He kind of turns, and meanwhile the other guard just, no, but really, it's just goes one way. I mean, yeah, it can wibble wobble, but like, no,
But do you know that for certain?
I'm pretty sure.
Can you use magic?
I mean, my wife says I'm magic.
That's cute. Give him a clap on the shoulder and quit trying to fuck with his brain.
He just,
You're all right.
Guard just full of just. But no, the other guard leads you in past the gates and the walls of Croden. Again, returning to the it's been a couple months since you've been here, but yeah, the city as it is of Croden is built around and with the trees of the Tiefwald in mind, in order to not really protrude up past the cover of the boughs of the trees. And yet, despite that, the palace, such as it is, think kind of almost like an older kind of Highlands palace, not built up, but built flat and kind of wide.
Right. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and he leads you to the palace, and that when you get there, some of them are like, "Oh, hey man, you're starting to get recognized by a few more guards." Eventually, and you do notice as you're walking through the streets of Croden. Oh, hold on one second. My ears feel like they need to pop.
Mm.
Oh, the worst.
Right, and yet I cannot. Oh, now I just need the odd. So, can't believe that just happened. As you're walking through the streets of Croden, the mood is jovial around you. There's when last you came, it was very dour, kind of regimented. There is now, I mean, you as you pass by a few even taverns and alehouses, you can hear sounds of revelry from inside. And indeed, the occasional broken up amongst the general chatter and noise.
I can see TJ needed a moment.
There's a goblin in my home.
Look, you invited it across the threshold. Deal with it.
Right, I was going to say, you chose that goblin.
I understand, but it doesn't make it any less alarming.
It's a hobnoblin.
Sometimes.
Hey, kid, suck your dick for 5 gold. How many minutes have we been going? You're probably safe.
Almost 20. We're good.
Hell yeah, you're fine. I mean, you're fine on TOS. You're not fine in general. There's
that is a different line. That,
yeah. But no. And in fact, there is definitely where there were the banners of King Merrick's kingdom, his lineage and dynasty. There are now also next to those banners a banner that is a dark blue with a black outline of a raven's beak and feather next to it.
It seem your fellows have integrated themselves well.
I feel like this is something that we were moderately afraid of.
I wonder
I don't
if
know.
any of my peoples are now also their peoples.
That's why. See, that's why. I remember actually that's why.
I want to say I'm sure it's fine, but there is a part of me inside that is fiercely rebelling against that notion.
I mean, nothing's on fire as far as we can see.
Okay, I need to know, is fire a you thing or a all clan Fefwala thing?
More just, chaos happens, things happen, sometimes stuff just catches on fire,
This isn't very encouraging, I want you to know.
Well, it's encouraging because nothing seems to have caught fire.
Nothing in eyesight.
Nothing.
The fire starters were actually quite helpful on the front lines. That was very brutal, actually.
Sometimes it's a little hard to say we do good work.
You do effective work. That's, I think, the most generous term to be used.
While remaining polite.
What are we doing?
Theft, you haven't even been here for 5 minutes, and you're already high as shit. I approve.
I mean, I think the more surprising thing would be if he was sober. Ever.
That is good.
I feel like the collective crash and withdrawal would probably kill him.
Oh yeah, Fef has the ticking time bomb flaw.
Oh my god, if ever we play Shadowrun again, I need to make Fef and Shadowrun.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Unless you are playing in Los Angeles, in which case, oh yes!
Or the Mohawks are a vibrant shade of pink.
Does straight edge Fef is alternate reality, bizarro evil Fef?
Evil Fef doesn't set things on fire.
Yeah, because when there's a fire, there's a chance to put it out.
Evil Theft doesn't do drugs, doesn't set things on fire, gives candy to
I was
children,
about to say the taxes one, yeah.
pays his taxes.
See, again, the thing with setting fires is that there's a chance to put it out. You ain't putting out high-grade explosives.
It's true.
Yeah.
I think the clan should meet a bunch of gnomes. I think that would be a great idea.
No, it's not. Yes. As you're...
Let's stop theorizing war crimes.
Yeah, what are we, American? As you head through through the city of Croydon, and again, the revelry just kind of and the signs of Clan Fefwala all about, and the guard just, you fight, you shed blood together. It is what it is.
Are they celebrating anything specific, or is it just people generally seem to be in high spirits?
You're not sure.
Might I do something to be sure? I'm just gonna start looking to see if
You could ask the guard.
festivities are set about. Yeah, just
I
people
actually
seem to
thought
be
you
in
were
the.
asking the guard.
No, it's just people seem to be in good spirits. Something happened.
Well, fuck, that's a hard voice to do. Oh no, we lost Cam.
He's restarting Discord.
I got you. Soldiers finally returned from the front.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's back home, families reunited, and all that good lovey-dovey shit.
So the war with the factions to the south was successful then?
Of a sort, it wasn't unsuccessful. It worked out in our favor. No small part thanks to the rapid influx of numbers from our small allies.
If there's one thing they have, it's numbers. That is for certain.
Yes. And by the grace of Iristil, you're still able to return without too much damage to the forest as a whole in the south.
Even better yet.
Despite, admittedly, at times, our small allies' efforts, it seemed.
That sounds more like the clan Fefwala I was expecting.
It's called high risk, high reward.
It is that. It is that.
How is Merrick? Is he in the middle of pressing matters, or?
We'll find out. I don't believe so, but. And as you begin to approach the palace, the guard kind of like announces you, you know, who you are, and motioning to Theth. The guards, one of the guards, just, I'll announce you. See if the king is taking visitors now. And the guard from the gate says, "Have a good day now." Why have I done this to me?
Because it's funny.
It is. Fuck. Oh. Whoa. Sorry.
Holy shit!
I'm sorry, there's just a squirrel outside T-posing, so I'm really just not sure what the fuck to do.
Wait, hold on. Excuse me?
I think it's asserting dominance.
No, there was a squirrel outside in the yard that was just down all the way down there, and I just look out and I just see they just go
That's what I'm saying.
as its tail flicks behind it, and I'm like, a square up?
I was telling somebody to get these nuts.
Aaron Lee, shit. How do I follow that up?
You don't. Day's over. Good night, everybody.
Good night. No,
Holy fuck.
I think the squirrel's the new DM.
Yeah.
Just the way TJ's eyes went fucking wide as dinner plates.
Literally, ooh, squirrel.
I'll say the squirrel's not the DM because it didn't T-pose directly to Jake.
Right.
It's just T-posing in general.
Which is concerning. But yeah, and the guard's gonna. All right, come on. We're leading you further in, to the palace. And there are a couple guards that it's back to normal rotation. A normal level of guards, as it were. And indeed, many of them are kind of looking at you in a mixture of suspicion, but then these are also, the same guards as last time. So a lot of them are just like, some of them recognize you. And as eventually you get to the familiar doors to the king's kind of reception chambers, kind of the page, effectively, which, by the way, is just like of this big fucking lichen in like a doublet and breeches. He's just like he's got a tiny pince nez on his snout. He's just like, welcome again. How shall I introduce you?
Gonna turn towards Fav again. Just as much as there's a part of me that's grown sick of it, I feel it's a name we're never going to be able to escape, so we may as well own it.
Yes.
Finally.
Yes.
Almost 25 sessions later, the party. I'm sorry, no, not even that. Hold on.
We first got introduced as that way early in the campaign, like at the arena back
Yeah.
in
Session 7. And y'all motherfuckers didn't fight it then, but have been fighting it ever since.
It was just a one-off little just throwaway, just okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, we didn't expect our gladiator team name to be like us for the rest of our lives.
And here we are.
I
But
insist.
yeah.
I insist we call our mansion the Boudoir.
All right.
That I'm going to absolutely renounce.
That's not happening.
Buy a
You
sign
can.
when we get back.
God damn it.
Yeah, just there's a bit of a sigh from Maha. He just shakes his head and then turns up with a smile. I suppose we can be addressed as Walla's brood.
Fef is beaming, by the way.
Another one, okay. And he just kind of turns and
Perhaps I should insist I am introduced separately by my former title in these lands.
Maybe.
kinda, the page kind of pauses before heading into the room and just looking at you, Aslan.
If you do not know, it is not worth it.
He kind of nods and just kind of clicks back. It goes into the room and for His Majesty, the adventuring party known as Walla's Brood. And you hear someone inside just before you step in, and King Mac just
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting a visceral reaction to that name.
I'm sorry, TJ's dying.
He's so fucking tired of hearing it. His goddamn gob. Apologies, carry on. That was just really fun.
Gib! As you head inside and you enter the throne room, see that King Merrick sitting there upon his throne with his wife next to him on her throne. King Merrick, out of his armor, very much looking still very regal as he does, back straight in his lichen self form. A few new scars on his face, and missing at the elbow his left arm. So he just kind of leans on the right instead. It has been some months, my friends. How are you doing? As he kind of reaches out and takes a goblet from a nearby servant.
Well, I suppose we are doing as well as can be, given the circumstances we find ourselves in.
Indeed.
It seems that matters here within your kingdom have overall taken a turn for the better in the wake of the conflict to the south, then.
Yeah, for the most part. There are still some holdouts, but we have persevered through the attack on my kingdom. Yes.
I'm glad to hear that, and to see you all still standing.
Yes, good to still be standing. What brings you back to my kingdom?
That matter, I'm afraid, is much less jovial news. I believe there was some discussion in the past when we first arrived here about the matter of the dragons that had begun to awaken and arise throughout the continent.
Yes.
They have begun a full-scale attack in force, arriving from the eastern edge of the continent with plans to eradicate all life upon it.
Well. Fuck.
We are thankfully not without hope. We do have means to attempt to combat them, but in trying to ensure that we explore every possible avenue and gain every advantage possible to us, there was one piece of information from our discussions before that stuck out that we felt deserved to be investigated in earnest.
Ah,
When last we spoke, we were told about the ancient dragon Krak'Kharrum to the south of here in the heart of the forest. We need to know all that we can of Krak'Kharrum. Anything you may know about them, what their demeanor is, whether they would at all be even remotely amenable, or if they would be a threat. Whatever you can offer, we need all that we can get.
I see. That is indeed serious. If, well, I can follow the logic, certainly. I shall see to it that you will get some of the fastest wolves in the stable. Lead you south. Not exactly a short trip. With some quick paws under you, it should make it a little bit better. Better than a horse. And it's such deep forest.
They served us quite well last you
Oh,
allowed
yes.
us to make use of them.
We do still have them, don't we? And he kind of looks at you, Pax.
Yeah, about that.
Your scent has changed.
I got cured.
And you definitely see some eyes narrow in the room at the use of the word cured.
Did you really want me to use the word fixed?
I feel like there's other implications at part with either of those terms that.
Well, fair enough.
Look, if we had had more time, I would have stayed and figured out how to deal with it. It was fun turning into a dog. And then I tried to kill Fef. And
It's
that
true.
doesn't work.
I am very hard to kill.
That's true. But
As are most of your family members, I've come to discover. Seriously, throw them up against a wall and they just bounce off like sort of bouncy material.
You could let me throw them.
Of that, I have no doubt.
Oh, keep in mind, last time she was here, she was an archer.
It's true. It was a while back, yeah.
But yeah, it occurs to me I am actually going to need a mount this time.
As far as taking us to Krak'Kharrum or having mounts to bring us to where they are, is all well and good, but have you or any in your kingdom ever had any direct interaction with them?
No, we avoid going that far south. It is not exactly what one would call. When you get that deep into the forest, it is a bit
Inhospitable?
of a sort, yes.
Such are the stories I've heard about the forest. If neither you nor none that you know of in your kingdom have had any contact with Krak'Kharrum, do you know of any who may have? I simply wish to be as well armed with information as possible before we quite literally walk into the dragon's den.
Yes, understandable, but no, I'm afraid, as far as I'm aware, none of my people, my kingdom, have that far, that deep into the forest. It's hard to keep one's wits about them.
Keep one's wits about them.
The deeper you get into the forest, the more odd things get. Almost as if the trees are moving around you, guiding you places. It's very easy to get turned around when you get closer to the heart of the forest.
Va's gonna just turn to Lorenz and say, that almost sounds rather familiar, doesn't it?
Similar to a point to the Mississippi.
I had a little trouble hearing you there. What was that?
Similar, perhaps, to the mists, you think?
Of a sort. It may very
Not
well
the
be.
same.
Not quite, but it very well could be a matter of deterrent established by Krak'Kharrum. Or
Very
maybe there's
possible.
something else at effect in these woods that is further beyond our ken.
I agree,
But
though.
nevertheless, do you have any measure of guidance on where exactly to look for Krak'Kharrum beyond just the heart of the forest? Any relative location or anything?
I would say the best advice I can give be it is hard to not get turned around in the forest, but stick as close to south as you can manage in your heading, and don't follow any singing you hear.
Oh boy.
Useful advice in other places we have stayed.
I mean, at least we still have the yurt, right?
We do. We do. Well, I do wish that there was more that we could know about Krak'Kharrum. I do thank you at least for permitting us the use of your steed wolves to hopefully reach them in time to. I struggle even to say what it is we hope to achieve, but can't simply stand by and do nothing as the world burns.
Indeed. Hmm. Indeed. Well, luck. Have as safe of travels as you can.
Warden. Warden.
Yes. Bad pun in Discord chat. That's why everybody's getting mad at me for those who don't understand.
True. Nope.
Trying to remember how long did the effective war council back in Devere say we had until the Wareham and the bulk of the forces arrived?
Probably about a week.
Well, I suppose before we head off, the prudent thing would be to give due warning of what information we do know about the dragons in case the worst does come to pass and they are able to breach and attack in full force. By the estimations of our scouts further out into the sea, we have about a week until the worm itself returns to the continent, along with the bulk of its forces.
A week. Fair enough.
The bulk of the nations across the continent have attempted to amass forces to be able to mount a defense. And hopefully we should be able to stop the greatest among their forces in the eastern reaches of the continent. But in the event that something does go wrong, be prepared. As we've said, the intent of the worm and its forces is to restore the continent to the way it was.
Nothing
Devoid
happened.
of-
Nobody saw anything.
Devoid of the lives of mortals, and used simply as a hideaway and storage for dragonkind.
Fuck it. No. Good to know. Thank you for the information. Small. It.
I know that the information may not be of much comfort, and simply trying to warn someone prepare to face dragons is hardly adequate warning at all, but better that than to simply leave you in surprise.
Indeed. Indeed. It is much appreciated. You say that you have a week, so they ride hard. As you've journeyed south, it is not a short journey.
We'll make of it what we can. Once again, you have our thanks, King Merrick.
Of course.
For what you've done for us and for Fef's clan here as well.
And thank you for bringing me the clan. They were most effective shock troopers.
Is what we do.
I was turning to the lot and just, well, unless anyone else has aught else to say, time's a wasting.
Indeed.
All right.
Off to the stables then, or
Yeah.
I don't know, not necessarily. Are they stables, or is it more some other kind of?
It's a stables of a sort. It's just, instead of horses, it's large fucking direwolves.
Kind of like an oversized kennel.
Right. And there are some wolves that look up as you approach and just. As I recall, you had 3 last time. Splitting up. 2 on each. Or 2 on 1, effectively. If I recall correctly, or was it all 6? It all 6 had.
I think we had 5.
Oh, that's
I think
right.
It was, each of us on one, and then
Cam just fucking shapeshifted.
Transformed. Yeah, and I can't do that no more.
Yeah.
Unless somebody here sells a fanged rune, which I'll just ask you. No?
No.
Okay.
technically, I believe, while I could, in theory, mount up on Glinthatook, that would probably just be more a hindrance than a help.
But I don't know. There's certainly something to be said for riding a dragon through a forest.
I mean, well, there's kind of threefold reasons why it wouldn't be so much help. One, I don't imagine there's probably the most room to fly in between all the trees. 2, Lorg. He is quite Lorg now.
Just fucking ram trees down, man. Just.
And 3, since I don't have the steed form feat, I would only get 2 actions per turn instead of 3. So
True.
be at slowed pace anyway.
Yes.
Naslin can just go faster than the wolves anyway.
It's true. Aslan can literally just run faster than the wolves. And everything else in this fucking forest. But that's neither here nor there.
Just monk things.
Just monk thing. Now, that being said, and then due to King Merrick's help, you are given a 6th wolf, thanks to so that way Pax, you're not hoofing it.
Hey, Aslan here is the only one that hoofs it.
It's true.
Indeed.
Now, I will be effectively giving these direwolves the horse ability of gallop, which is effectively it moves twice and has a 10+10 speed bonus, effectively. But that being said, as you guys kind of mount up, prepare your things, and head off to the south. Let me take a look here. Who will be leading the party?
Well, if we're trying to make sure we stay as close to a south bearing as possible, we're going to want probably someone with good survival.
So Aslan, who has a master in survival, probably.
Yeah, that would probably be our best bet.
You have dark vision too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Aslan, who is a master of survival, has dark vision and spent 30 years living in these woods.
Yeah.
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 To be fair, it sounds like the section we're going to is actually haunted for once, not just like snow.
Not snow's haunted, but
Forest
haunted,
is actually
haunted.
haunted. Sounds
Hey,
like
you
it.
never know. There could be sharks in the dirt of the forest.
The bully comes
Stop.
out of fucking
Don't.
nowhere and just drag.
Don't. Please don't put that into existence. You have
give me back
already
my meat.
spoken that evil.
Give me back my meat canoe.
Ooh.
Doesn't that imply that snow sharks come back?
Bleat coming straight out of Colint with a fucking canoe filled with meat and cheese.
I'm still just the fact that the phrase "meat canoe" was uttered,
And does not
and
actually
we all
reference
know
a penis.
exactly that we all know exactly what it is really referring to.
Right. That's
being
not slang for
exactly what it
penis.
is.
It's not a euphemism.
Right. You fucking Bulit straight out of Guadalajara. So,
This campaign has been fucking wild.
yes. So, with you guys doing the equivalent of a gallop, full south through the forest, Aslan, I will need you to give me a survival check for the day. It will be a multi.
Wow.
Ooh. Multi
What a
day journey.
what a way to start.
Yeah.
The hinges on the city gate are stuck.
Aslan runs face first into a fucking tree. Fucking knocks her fucking direwolf out. Just oh.
She's not used to riding mounts. She's used to running faster than them.
You do say that like she wouldn't just pick up the concussed wolf and carry it.
True. It's true.
She would.
Yeah. But yeah, so travel doesn't quite go quite as planned. Aslan, you find it a little hard to get your bearings.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. You weren't really traveling in these parts of the forest back in the years previous. And at one point, you guys do actually come out of the Tiefwald entirely. On the western side of it. Which is when you realize, oh, shit.
Oh, hell.
Back in.
Do we have a proper... Did we have a map of anything roughly around these parts?
That was the northern part. The part that was north of Croden.
Okay.
Yeah, this part you don't have a map of. Really. And while there are, admittedly, well, I should say, there are still roads. So really, you don't get terribly lost. I'll take back what I said. There are still roads. But it's definitely like, when it comes to a fork in the road, you're not quite sure. And that's after a while, you do, get to a fork in the road. You travel down one path, kind of realize that you kind of curved back the wrong way, and you have to kind of backtrack back to the curve in the road to kind of go the other path. So day one comes to an end, as you kind of can tell that the sun has begun to set. It has started to get very late in the day. You are still traveling. Have not encountered another town or anything like that.
Okay, yeah, I've got the map from... Okay, right. Yeah, we just had the one other town marked to the southeast of Croden, but that was all still, right towards the north end of the Tiefwald, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see it. Well, I suppose when things start getting chillier, I suppose it's time to try and get the yurt set up. Bunker down for the night.
Indeed. So as you head into the yurt, are you guys going to be doing watch?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way in this fucking freaky ass woods we're not having watches.
Who is first watch?
I'll
There
take
needs
it.
to be somebody with dark vision on every watch.
Right.
I was going to say I have
Who are our ones
greater
that
dark
don't
vision.
have?
Natively, that would be Pax and Lorenz.
If I
don't
take-
have dark vision either. I have
Oh,
low
yeah.
light.
if I'm on first watch, I can use the goggles to get an hour of dark vision, and then they'll recharge while we rest, since it'll be not the next day yet.
True.
So it's Lorenz, Pax, and Zendros are the ones that need someone with dark vision paired off then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, if we have Pax take first watch, I guess I'll join for first watch.
Okay.
I mean, Aslan will be up for second and third watch, so.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Then first watch. Give me perception checks.
Okay.
Hidden, of course.
Let me make sure my goggles are added to the roll.
Um. For your part of the night, it is fairly quiet. I mean, as quiet as being a deep in the fucking woods can be. It is. There's the sound of nature around, for certain. And in fact, both of you can even see, throughout the several points of the night, different kind of forest creatures just kind of getting a little bit closer, curious about the yurt, and then the dire wolves just kind of scare them off. The mere presence of the dire wolves as they sleep. So it seems at some point even because at first most of the dire wolves were asleep except for one, and then the awake dire wolf kind of looks over at you guys and just curls up.
I gotta buy them more ham.
You did treat them last time, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. I think I told them I'd get them more next time, but we were kind of in a rush.
That's true. We've had a lot of things keeping us up since then. God, it's even just a few months since we were last here.
Feels a lot longer than that.
It does, but since then we went to Goshore, stopped Holtz, we were sent off to Kalint. We ended a decades-long war. Honestly, now the thing that I'm going to be worried by is if we do manage to come out the other side of all of this, how am I going to avoid getting bored with the rest of my life?
Well,
Move to Alabama.
That's what I was going to say.
in theory, there's a whole other continent.
There is. Well, from what we could tell from Captain Avon's records, there's supposedly multiple out there.
There you go.
And yet, even as much as the thought of going to see those other places is tempting, just the few months that we've spent going to the other nations here on Kapentarr, even all my time as a diplomat, I've seen things just in the past few months I never would have expected in those lands. I feel like there's still a bit too much left to see here. So maybe it won't be so hard to keep things interesting.
Yeah, sounds like you got nothing to worry about. I mean, you
Well,
have plenty of things to worry about. Just not getting bored.
you got the right of that there. I suppose the worry is being able to make it to being bored.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough.
Well, I was going to say we've been through worse, but I feel like that's a bit too much of a lie. It's things aren't great right now.
No. I mean, it could be worse, but not by a lot.
Something could be on fire.
You are a stick, but you could be fire.
Well, I suppose it's our job to make sure it doesn't get to that worse, isn't it?
Oh God, we're all important now, aren't we?
Like it or not, I think that is about the way things are. I mean, again, we've been bestowed title back within Duver. We've been entrusted on clandestine missions for the crown. We've been sent on this mission now to head off some of the invading forces. We're kind of a big deal, and I'm honestly still not sure how to feel about it.
Well, it'll either work out or we'll be dead.
Either it goes great, or it's no longer our problem.
God's bless Pax. Anything else?
No.
I think Ma's just gonna kind of stew on that for a bit. Just there's a little bit of a kind of new zen out of just having that kind of thought on things, of just this has to work out, or if it doesn't, then there's nothing to worry about at that point.
Mm,
Yeah, there are no degrees of success here.
It works or it doesn't.
Mhm.
There's a layer of stress that comes with it, but also just the kind of acceptance, I suppose. Just this is it. This is what we're doing and what we have to do.
right. Okay. Second, then your shift does eventually pass. Second shift. The Azalin and who was that? Who else was the second shift?
I'll go.
Azalin and Loren. Give me perception checks. Warden, I can at least tell you did roll better than your previous roll.
Well, that's not a very high bar now, is it?
No?
Could have rolled the same.
Okay. As the evening begins to wind on, getting not necessarily quieter, of course, because it is a densely, very lively forest in the night. And in fact, the direwolves themselves at some point do just get up and just start howling because they hear no, you guys don't hear it per se, but reacting to different far off howls in the distance through the forest, the direwolves begin to get up and just start howling. Which does make it a little hard to get some sleep in the yurt, but it's not terribly terribly hard. Otherwise, things are quiet for now.
It's just kind of sitting closer to the fire and actually making notes on the section of his book where the teleport spell is. Really seems to be thinking about, because his first time casting it, trying to understand how to take that magic and use it to shoot him off planet. Basically, it's a lot of hypothesizing going into the margins. I've seen there is life on other planets. Do you think it could be like ours?
I suspect
that's-
it would be like any different plane. Things like us, things unlike us.
I suppose that's true. I mean, to be fair, the only thing I saw were angry vegetation. I hesitate to call them trees. Which has made this a journey, by the way.
If they're hostile, they can still be dealt with. That is all that matters.
I suppose that's true. Insipid small talk aside, though. Thank you.
For what?
Nah. For basically being a linchpin upon which I saved my own life. Literally holding her in place.
It is what I do. Though sometimes it is less holding and more hurtling.
That's fair. Sometimes I still wonder what it would have been like to hurl her through that window out into extra-dimensional space, considering she had made a pocket of her own. That wouldn't be too difficult to do. You see, he legitimately sidetracks himself with another thought of spellcraft and trying to replicate effectively what Alicia did. He's a lot more lively with it now. It's not just practicing, it's theorizing and wondering and imagining.
Perhaps your thinking can lead to the demanded repayment.
Of course, whatever that is.
If your current investigations into transportation magic prove fruitful, then I will demand a favor in you getting me into whatever heavenly realm Father Fef is taking residence in.
I think the harder part of that would be locating him, but getting you there it's actually a well-studied field of magic. Metaplanar, extraplanar travel are, well, I mean, they're the specialties of more powerful wizards, but I mean, it's not that hard to crack into. Getting you there is easy. Finding him or tracking him down might prove the more difficult part, but maybe not. We do have items of faith as it is described to him. Just kind of touches the earring. I'll work on it.
Good.
Oh, I muted myself for that. Anything else? Good.
I don't think so.
That's it.
Lorenz, as you head to bed, and Zindros and Pax, Zindros and Fef awaken for their shift, and Aslan continues to stay up because it's Aslan. Give me perception rolls, everybody. It is currently doing a thing.
Watch shift.
Yeah. Okay. As things kind of progress throughout the evening, most part, quiet again, nature. Though Aslan, during your extended watch, you at some point begin to hear distantly through the trees very soft singing. It's very nice singing.
So that is what it sounds like.
Beckoning you away from camp. Give me a will save. Okay. However, you also, as you listen to this singing, the words try to beckon you away from camp and out into the deep, the forest, away from the fire, you can hear the enchantment on the voice itself, and just able to easily disregard it. And after about an hour, it does fade away. You are free to do what you wish.
Zendros kind of kicking back near the fire a little bit. Kind of breathes out a sigh and just, as creepy as this place can be, there's a certain sense of comfort, nostalgia that this place gives me being here again after so long.
Fef's just going to sort of look around and shrug. It feels like home at this point, I think.
I suppose what I'm trying to say is it just feels great to have these quiet and peaceful moments every once in a while, even though we tend to involve ourselves in anything but at this point.
I mean, on the plus side, they're bound to run out of dragons eventually, right?
Which is precisely why moments like this are nice. And the sad part is, I feel like I have to take this in while I can, because I don't think that I'll get to see many more places like this again in my lifetime.
I mean, surely it won't take us that long to deal with this mess.
Zendros just kind of laughs a little bit and reaches over and pats Fef on the head. Just, If you only knew, my friend. If you only knew. With that, he just, after a little bit, pulls out one of his books and goes back to reading.
Sorry, just the phrase head pat Feth followed by after a while he pulls out a book.
Damn it.
Motherfucker.
Is that what we're calling it now?
That what it's called. Jesus. Something hardcover.
No, that only offers concealment, not cover.
Mhm.
I cringed a little.
I suppose it is lengthy and educational.
When
I
the campaign's
refuse.
over, you should go through and do a supercut of all the dick jokes.
Oh my god. That's a
I feel
lot of
like
hours
that
of
would be-
footage.
I feel like that would be longer than our sessions.
Honestly, though.
That would also be ironically longer than the Peni. After a while, you do feel well. You definitely feel like the habit the animals around you begin to change, although the actual everything actually around you doesn't really change, but it definitely gets to the point where it's like, ah yes, it is morning now. How can you tell? My internal
hungry.
clock tells me so.
It's hungry time.
But different birds. I don't.
The
Different
daytime
birds.
are out.
Different birds, my stomach is rumbling, and the other fuckers woke up. It's morning, I guess.
Dew starting to form on the grass. I don't know.
But yes, you get through another night. Don't forget to hit your well-rested buttons, because we'll things.
Right.
And of course, don't forget to change your spell slots around as need be. So on day 2 of traveling, Aslan, give me another survival check. Okay. Today
Can
it's
I assist?
yeah.
Oh,
I believe it's called Follow the Expert. Is the action?
I think there's a trait or like a feat called Follow the Expert that gives you extra stuff
No, that
for
it would be
aiding.
an action.
Yeah, there's an
Uh,
action. I actually have Expert Drill Sergeant, which give you guys bonuses to following the expert on me, but I'm not the expert in anything.
Yeah, follow the expert basically is for you doing the same action that the expert's doing, not
That's right.
enhancing. So aid would be for this case. Follow the expert would be like if we all had to track, then they could
Right.
follow the expert off of me.
Right, that's right. Yeah, you can aid at the very least. Yeah, like if people had to stealth and only Theth had stealth as a skill, everyone could do following the expert. But yeah, if you would like to aid, I believe that would be a survival check as well. Okay, tax, and theft. Aslan, you get up to about a 42, I believe. Today going by much better. Definitely feel like you're making a lot more progress. No wasted time. Things going very quickly. So eventually, as the road that you're following south does kind of keep going on, eventually it does kind of stop going south and it splits off in 2 different directions. One kind of going east, one going west. And in the middle there are signposts on both, marking for towns along each road. But
Any particular language they're written in?
A kind of older dialect of Common.
Okay. Still the normal common script then. Okay.
Yeah, normal Common script, but it's definitely like the High Gothic or like Latin kind of thing, kind of
Right. Okay.
equivalency.
Gotcha.
Not quite full Draconic, but like
Right.
back when Draconic was becoming the other languages.
Yeah. Older root languages.
Exactly.
It's an older script, but it checks out.
So yeah, and Aslan, due to your exceptional fucking survival skill or skill result, you know that both of these roads, you can definitely tell that both of these roads will not lead you where you want to go. At this point, if you want to go get to the heart of the forest as fast as possible, you're going to be off-roading it.
We will be battling the terrain from this point on.
Are the direwolves themselves showing any hesitancy towards going into the unroaded part of the forest?
No.
Okay.
Not in particular.
Dare say that's a bit simpler of a battle than some of the ones we've faced in recent memory. A little bit of rough dirt should be a breeze.
Rough dirt. 3 roots. Branches, brush. Wildlife. Oh, by the way, I heard the singing last night.
Oh, what Merrick spoke of.
Was it good?
There was some kind of enchantment upon it. So no.
As you head further south, along the leaving the road behind, it does get a little bit harder to like keep up your immaculate fucking pace. But the direwolves themselves are actually quite adept at this kind of terrain. You definitely realize, like, get the feeling that like if you were trying to use horses, this is where things would get very fucking hard, and you'd probably actually be needing to slow down uh, compared to just going it on foot. So, set up camp for the second night. Do things a bit differently just for expedience's sake. Anyone want to do anything throughout the night? Conversation or otherwise? Conversation or action or anything?
Not tonight.
Yeah, I think not tonight for me either.
I think Ma is going to just try and internally consult with Glenthatook a little bit.
Okay.
I'm not sure how well versed or remembered you might be in any such matters, but if we are going to be attempting to possibly try and reason with Krak'Kharrum, if they are even amenable to it, is there any matter of addressing or decorum that is typically followed in dealing with an elder dragon?
Well, I would say yes, but you clearly, when addressing me, don't follow it.
Okay, our partnership is much more informal than anything requiring proper addressage. You and I both know this.
I suppose you have a point. Yes. Would be a matter of showing respect, perhaps overly so, but without being presenting yourself as weak, if that makes sense.
I believe I understand what you're saying. Do respect and diligence without submission, as it were.
Exactly.
Well, on paper seems all well and good, though I have to admit the thought of trying to keep that proper decorum in the presence of a potentially gigantic ancient dragon is a little daunting.
As it
And
should be.
again, don't try and say I haven't afforded you the same, because I stood as tall as you did when first I summoned you.
It's true.
There are certainly matters where, while I try not to let matters of differences in height and size get in the way, there are times it's a little hard to ignore, such as when I could fit under a toe.
Ah. Ah.
That's,
Suppose you have a point.
now, if I recall, when we were first traveling through these woods and spoke with King Merrick about this Krak'Kharrum, you didn't have any recollection of them, did you?
No, they're from a different clan.
Let's see.
Unrelated.
Suppose there was a part of me that might have been hoping that some other memories may have been jogged, but it is what it is.
No, I'm afraid unfamiliar.
Well, in a manner of speaking, when we do confront Krak'Kharrum, would having you actively present be seen as anything to cause affront or a potential boon in our favor?
No, I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to be honest. Could be a view, they could view it as invading their domain, or as
Potential sign of alliance with some other dragon and maybe
exactly,
the lowering of some barriers?
exactly. It depends entirely upon how Krak'Kharrum views the presence of another dragon.
Well, I suppose that's just something we'll have to find out, isn't it?
Indeed.
Nah, I know that of the two of us, I may be the more politically and diplomatically minded, while you are certainly far more on the military end of things. But don't be afraid to stop me if I'm saying something stupid, as it were.
Of course. I'm sure you'll manage to avoid any kind of pitfalls. I have the utmost faith in you.
I do appreciate that. And I hope that faith is not misplaced.
I'm sure everything will be fine.
You know,
Mile.
repeating it like that does not sit as well with me.
Oh, we are attempting to go into a potentially hostile ancient dragon's nest. Layer, whatever. It'll beat out violence. Oh, it might work out, it might not. Since fretting over it, I suppose.
I'm already this committed. Just have to see it through.
Indeed.
Suppose that's about all.
Okay. All right. Then the next day, dawn.
I like permission to update settings.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw that.
I got one of those earlier too.
There you go. All right. Aslan, give me another survival check. Headphones have really good active noise canceling, so every time I pop my headphones off, I'm like, where'd all this sound come from? What do you mean it's not dead silent in this apartment? Okay. As you head further south into the forest, everything seems to go well. You have no real reason to believe you're off path, though it is admittedly much harder now trying to tell if you are off path. But for the most part, everything seems to be going well. You don't feel like you divert any major north-south. You are simply heading further south. Baha, roll me a d8.
Oh boy.
As you continue further along south, nothing seems out of the ordinary. And yeah, everything's fine. Said everyone give me perception checks. For no reason.
None whatsoever.
I'm so fucking sure.
You just like to keep us on our toes.
This is whether we pass or fail the vibe check.
It fucking fucking fail the vibe check, wind up back in Kalint.
Oh god.
Pass the vibe check, wind up back on the airship.
Oh god.
New game plus, boys.
I'm gonna save Kapentarr this time.
Yeah, you fucking
Aslan Potemkin busters the Minotaur onto his own airship.
Yes.
I think I'm underpaying you. The party arrives just fine in Alhax a couple days later. No no walking, no crash, nothing happens.
Like, I'm surprised nobody made the one of you passed the vibe check. Oh, you're awake.
Ah, you're finally awake.
I thought about it for a minute.
But no. Pax, as you guys are heading along south through the trees. First it seems like you're just, your mind playing tricks on you. You're going pretty fast, so you're kind of hurrying. Hard to tell, but then you definitely notice that like as you're going along, there are out of the corner of your vision you can see and you as you look over because you look over and you just see a tree just kind of step out of sight.
Do I hear anything, or is it only visual?
It's hard to hear as you guys are kind of going pretty at a pretty good pace.
I think the trees are moving. Like, not in the wind.
You
Oh.
didn't go rifling through my bag, did you?
Am I allowed to do that?
Well, yes, but
No. No, I didn't.
Merrick did warn us about that, didn't he? I had suspected he was speaking of some manner of illusion. I suppose that could still be the case, but
And as you're watching, as you guys are even going, you notice that the trees up ahead of you has started to part, and the path is becoming a little bit more clear.
if that's an illusion, that is quite the elaborate and intended one.
I'm assuming that's magic. Yeah?
I'm not exactly a biologist to be able to study this kind of environment, but I'm willing to bet that seems a much safer bet.
Are you going to cast detect magic?
I mean, how far off are the
Magic.
trees? Because it is a fairly short radius, but suppose, yeah, if any time, now's a decent enough time to just pop it and ping it.
Okay. As you pop, as you cast detect magic, none of none of the trees themselves are magical. But to say that there is not magic in the area in general would be a falsehood.
There's something about this place. Not just something that is here, that is causing some kind of magical effect, but that it is. At least that's the sense that I'm getting off of this. I'm not really sure how to explain it otherwise, but we've certainly stumbled into something. Judging by the path opening up, it seems it's inviting us. So, do we accept it?
We don't really have another choice, do we?
I mean, we can like looking behind us. Is the path behind us staying open?
It seems like it's for a while, but not forever. In fact, as you look back, you can even see the trees kind of closing ranks in behind you.
Hey, you stop that. No.
Well,
Keeping a distance, but yeah.
I suppose that answers that. As we are obliged to accept the invitation.
There's some troubles in.
And it does. Unless we've wandered into some other obscure, God's forsaken corner of this forest, I would say that this being a mysterious heart is rather apt. Let us find out.
And as you continue on, the trees in the area do just seem to continue to part ways. And Aslan, from your survival check, you're able to tell for the most part they're actually going in the right direction.
It's still taking us like fairly due south.
Mm-hmm. The only times when it diverts, you can tell through the trees. You can see it does divert occasionally around like ravines, uh, dips, and other like just large rocks, kind of taking you around.
General obstacles.
Exactly. And it allows you actually pretty good pace through most of the day. By the end of day 3, feel you've made good fucking progress. Actually, anything anyone would like to do tonight? Sorry, someone just got a sending.
It was my phone. I'm being texted.
Yes, a sending spell. Would anyone like to do anything?
Could I take the bandages out of my healer's kits and just wrap them around my ears while I'm sleeping?
Sure.
Okay. I don't have the will saves Aslan has.
That's fair.
No.
I'm sorry, this song. I had to actually open Spotify for a second because I swore for a moment that this was just some kind of cover of Suteki Dane from
A little bit,
FF10.
yeah.
To be fair, there was the Song of Storms earlier.
Yes, I heard that.
But yeah, would anyone like to do anything overnight? Any conversations, perhaps?
Nope, seems we're boring.
Unfortunately.
And as you guys are kind of bedding down for the night, give me perception checks.
I was gonna say, honestly, just the big thing now is keeping an eye on the goddamn trees.
That's someone on my screen rolled a 20 but the actual dice result was a 16.
It probably got knocked over by one of the other dice.
Oh, yeah, you're right. But yeah. Beth and Pax, frankly, even
boy.
Azalin, you three are able to especially tell as you're kind of getting set up for the evening. And you've chosen your camp spot. The trees begin to close in exceedingly tight to the point where there is no space between the trees anymore around you in a fairly wide berth. But there is no path into camp anymore, effectively. And in fact, even some of the trees, even above their branches, kind of open up, and a little bit of moonlight is let in from above.
It seems that we are being protected.
That could be good.
At the very least, whoever's attention we have, they are curious.
I got nothing.
I mean, resisting the urge to go exploring.
Don't do that.
Yeah, please don't.
Don't resist the urge?
Don't go exploring.
As Ma just looks at again the trees, just close. Just what? I'm sorry. Explore what? Where?
Yes.
Unless you're seeing something I'm not. As much as we're protected from anything coming in, we're also equally prevented from going out at the moment.
But I bet I could fit through.
I'd rather you not try.
Well, that's why I said I was resisting the urge.
And I pray you
Beth, give me a
continue
will
doing
check.
So.
God damn it. I assume this is not a magical effect.
No, this is just your own natural curiosity that you're having to fight against.
Oh, Lord.
Theth, you definitely want to go out exploring.
I'm going to go poke at some of the wall of trees.
Okay.
Grapple Faf.
I knew it.
Theft, does that, let me see, that would be against your what? Your reflex?
Fort DC.
Fort DC. That is a success.
So he is grabbed.
He is grabbed. God damn, I just saw Theft, your fucking reflex save. Holy shit.
That's
Yeah,
why I
it's
didn't try to
pretty good.
trip him.
Yeah, holy fuck, Pax too. God damn.
Yeah. No, I know. It's I
Faf,
would've
I'm just
tripped him.
gonna grab.
I just imagine you just pick him up, his legs are still pumping and everything.
Yeah, Theft getting struggle snuggled by Aslan all night.
Also, he takes 4 bludgeoning because she got a successful grapple.
You
You'll
do.
sleep it off. That's why I don't mind doing it.
I am at 172 now.
She grabs his Faf's shoulder harshly.
Fine.
There is at this you hear distantly some laughter.
A single voice or multiple?
A single.
Well, at least we are providing our benefactor some entertainment.
And in the distance, one part of the trees part, on the edge of the grove, some part of the tree's part. You see, those of you with dark vision see in the shadows what looks like a man. Though instead of a humanoid head, see a elk head, and he just before the trees close again.
Can I recall knowledge occult?
It would not be a cult.
Arcane?
Nope.
Hold on, let's see if I have
I
nature
would
trained.
assume nature is what
I have nature trained.
Nope.
You need primal
Oh, I don't have
or
religion.
fey.
Those aren't even skills I have access to.
Hold on. I feel like this is just something that just going to. Where is it? Where ancestry? Okay. Just on the chance of the mind racing, if I train in Fey lore, would that?
Oh.
Okay.
So none of us have a single goddamn clue what to make of this.
Someone at some point did say the correct recall knowledge skill.
Oh, it's the only one I'm not trained in, isn't it? Or it's one of the ones TJ said, which I'm also not trained in technically because
Or
I
is it-
don't.
Is it religion?
You may make a religion check.
Forest god.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Actually.
Jesus.
Welcome to the club.
Maha's just too fucking stunned.
What was that, Aslan?
Just saying, welcome to the club.
Ma's just too stunned in processing who or what he just saw.
And Zindros, though you don't have dark vision yourself, as the others with dark vision describe kind of seen,
I assume the moonlight from above wasn't quite enough to.
no,
illuminate
because it
them?
was off even beyond the grove.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So it was
Um,
right.
Zindros, in all of your research and study, you definitely have heard of a being that has been described as the body of a man with the head of an elk, known as the deity Aristil.
I was about to say I'm the wrong character for this encounter.
Also known as Old Deadeye. One of, actually, as you know, one of the original gods. So the religions go.
Okay, so we convey this information to the rest of the party.
Well, I think that puts us up to 2 deific visits. 3, technically, though that's in hot debate and potentially hot pursuit.
I think Pax was right in that I believe we've kind of gotten to the realm of importance, and now I'm just concerned.
I suppose 4, if you count the one that I met in the alley after we ran from the Knights of Krell, but I'm not
Which I
entirely
don't think
sure.
you told anyone about.
I did not.
Yeah. Wait, hold. Beg. A what?
Oh,
I'm gonna need you to walk that one back.
yeah, I do suppose I kind of kept that one to the chest, especially considering everything that had been going around at the time. I spoke with an entity by the name of Razni. Razni, some sort of shadowy vengeance god. if I'm to be understanding correctly.
Could I make a recall knowledge on religion?
Sure, absolutely.
That's a little better.
Better. Yes, you would know Erasni all by another name. Or you know of Erasni and you know of another name. The Unyielding. Erasni, much like Caden Kalian, was once a human immortal who ascended. Though not through good means. Erasni was risen as an undead past her death, and then was abandoned by the gods that she worshipped. Erasni is also kind of considered kind of a demigod, not quite a full blown god, but also not quite, a pretender.
Right.
Kind of just reanimated, killed, reanimated, killed, reanimated. Very much known for. In fact, you would know one of her edicts being to do whatever it takes to survive, no matter what.
So, I'm sorry. You were directly approached yourself by the avatar of the Unyielding?
Yes.
And this never once occurred to be brought up in any capacity?
Well, at the time I was still being watched by she.
Also, Mahajap, it is worth knowing, which your recall knowledge. Erasni in life was a warrior mage.
I can understand her trying to latch on to someone of her calling, but
So was she watching you before Kalint, you think?
I do think so. I don't know how long before, but maybe in some way.
Because she kind of freaked you out a little bit back there.
Yeah, most things freaked me out for a long time there.
Recalling Lorenz
Still
did
do.
actually tell us about the yellow eyes in the dark he spotted.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I had forgotten about that one.
I did not. I had to keep my mouth shut when Jake brought her back.
All of these run-ins that we all seem to be finding ourselves in, I'm now starting to realize that maybe back when I was trying to tap into the astral plane, maybe I was getting myself into something more than I could really fucking deal with. But here we are.
You're here now and you're dealing with it.
In a manner of speaking.
It's a little too late to put the cork back in that bottle.
And it is.
Then, to be fair, the boss has been pretty straightforward and down to earth with us. So
He has. He has. Though I get the feeling, with all of our other dealings, that is more the exception that proves the rule.
yeah, probably.
If Roland were here, somehow he would just be, shit, because Roland was a very ardent worshiper of Aristil.
Aristil, yep.
Ma just kind of getting a bit of shell shock just thinking about this. Just stammers for a second. Is just, fuck it, I'm going to bed.
That seems pretty wise. We should do the same.
I'm gonna
I-
just call out towards the trees. You want a drink?
Make a diplomacy check.
Please roll a 20.
Oh. There is no response, but you do hear a laugh. So, as the night proceeds, the wall of trees keeping you safe. The sip of Theseus. The wall of trees keeping you safe from any outside intercession. You awaken well rested in the next morning. Eslin, you would please give me a survival check. Jesus.
Well, Pack's on the ball.
Right. Where admittedly the trees helping, as well as Pax. It's not terribly hard to just stick true to the path. And within about 4 hours of setting out, you notice that the trees have to part ways less. And as you begin to kind of how do I say? You hear arguing in the distance. Ahead of you. Raised
In a
voice.
language you recognize?
Draconic.
Oh, I hope that's...
Can we make out what they're saying?
It seems to be some kind of heated discussion. You're not able to make out the words quite yet.
What about the tone? Is it like a debate or Daddy came home with glitter on his collar?
That's one hell of a standard.
And yet I understand it perfectly?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I went for the other end of the spectrum. That is 1 to 10.
You're not wrong.
It's a little hard to get an exact, but I would definitely say probably closer to Daddy came home with glitter on his collar.
That is my new standard for arguments now, by the way.
Yep. Big same.
No, that's fair. Same, probably.
That's not good.
Oh, I pray that that is not... If Krak'Kharrum's forces have come and made contact with Krak'Kharrum before us, that may well complicate things. We'd best get moving. We need to figure out what's going on here. I was gonna just kind of mush his wolf to start getting closer to the sound of bickering.
Yep. And as you approach the clearing, it is hard to make out. In fact, even it's hard to tell where because it is so dark here in this part of the forest. Even the trees are unable to really do much. Hear 4 distinct voices arguing as it looks like, and I'll at least describe the scene. There is a very large green dragon surrounded by a smaller green dragon and 2 black dragons who they seem to be in a very lively debate. The 3 smaller dragons attempting to rouse the larger green one, who mostly just seems content to be left alone. But Krak'Kharrum comes to fucking shit. Comes to this world, this continent once more. Surely you would rather stand with your brethren. I am more than content. Stay where I am, with my own hole, and with my own territory. You get the distinct feeling that you have been noticed. And that is where we'll take our break.
Yay!
Huzzah!
With
Oh boy.
the beginning of combat. May move
Is it
yourself.
supposed to be pitch black?
Yep.
Okay.
Because we have not had anyone bring out light yet.
Right. We'll take our break here, and we'll return about 10 minutes, about half past the hour.
Okay.
Forgot to do that.
That's fair. That's fair. And when we do that, I'll have everyone roll initiative.
Okay.
All right. See you guys in about 10 minutes.
You're
Hello.
Howdy.
I am back.
Welcome back. Like,
Here I am.
hello. Back from our mid-session break, slowly but surely. Let us shift. Combat. All right. If I could have everyone please roll me and
If you say no, it's fine, but I will ask, would I be allowed to have my Goggles of Night activated before this starts or no?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
And also,
I unfortunately can't use my action because I can't observe anybody, I don't think.
Hey, Aslan getting the stance savant in. Oh.
Nice.
Actually, I will ask, how does that work?
How does what
Would
work?
can I observe anything to use that demoralize free action on, or is it because it's pitch black?
It's
it doesn't
not
count?
yet, yeah.
Okay.
Right. Because observed has to be you can readily, directly look at and identify it.
Real quick, I saw Aslan go into her stance. Can I do the same?
I have an ability that lets me do that.
Yeah, if you
Ah,
have
okay,
stance
never mind.
savant, yes, but if not, no.
I do not.
Gotcha. Okay, and you guys are before combat begins. You can move yourselves around this pink square however you like.
What pink square?
Understandable.
Some people don't have dark vision.
Yeah.
You can move 1 square forward, 4 in either left or right, 5 back. And then diagonals relative to that.
Would have thought you would have been able to see the.
Nope.
There's no light at all, so you can't see.
Yeah, I will give a quick moment.
Since he was assisting with the survival, though, he's probably pretty near the front.
Well, at least like you guys this much to see the thing.
Okay. Oh, my chain would have been sheathed too. That was still drawn from last time.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, move yourselves around in this little square here, as you feel most appropriate.
Yeah, honestly, that's probably about fine.
Okay. And
Yeah, that's about right for me. Sticking close to the guides, but
all right. Again. Krak'Kharrum. Yet more interlopers into my domain. No doubt come to steal my treasure, or send me on some fool's errand like these reprobates.
Talking's a free action, right? Like properly.
Yes.
What if neither?
I don't believe you.
Considering the circumstances, that's valid.
We come not in malice, but in peace, to seek audience and wisdom.
Give me a perception check. Or not a perception, diplomacy check.
Diplomacy?
Yes. Lies! As are all the mortal races. Liars and thieves. If you lot would have me join your crusade, take care of them. Then maybe we will talk. Beth,
That is as you wish.
your turn.
See, my issue is I can't see much still, even with my dark vision.
Indeed.
I will draw and load my crossbow.
Okay.
And that'll be turn.
Okay. You hear something approaching in the darkness. Let me check here. Fortunately, no. Beth, you are approached out of the shadows by a rather large black dragon. That will attempt to swipe at you with its claws. And will hit, though admittedly not as closely as you might expect. Not as handily, say. 25 points of damage. That will be the end of its turn. This one.
Found one.
Lorenz and Pax, you guys can definitely tell that something is very fucking close to you. As one will come in on you, Mahajapit, and wipe at you with its, or try and bite at you, actually. Or no, with its horns. As it kind of just comes running in, trying to gore you with its horn. Does hit. Oh. Whoa.
This is DC 11 flat check because of the
Right.
fortuitous shift.
Oh, so close.
Ooh,
Doesn't quite work.
that club's getting bigger.
For 19 points of damage as the dragon's horns come in. And you can definitely feel like the fortuitous with the shift as you attempt it, you can definitely feel like it definitely doesn't do what you would like it to do. But you do feel it does actually kind of like dampen the blow. That from what it would normally be.
Made the wrong parts intangible.
Exactly. Pax, your turn. Lorenz, you're on deck.
Okay, so just for the sake of clarity, Pax is still fucking blind, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You can tell something is
So-
nearby, though.
Right. First thing, I will activate my goggles.
Okay, let's see if I can't figure that out for you.
You won't have to in a bit. Don't worry about it.
No, well, I mean,
Yeah, no, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, well. Yeah, that's a good point. I probably could have avoided. Could have just held my turn.
you're fine. I didn't. Okay. You see if we can't give you. That worked? No, it did not. I remember this giving us last time. I remember I fixed it somehow. I don't
Yeah.
remember how.
I could try. Oh, you already added it to my senses, so I could try just refreshing Foundry.
No, because it's not even happening on my end. Probably.
Oh, okay.
It might be something of having to delete and replace the token.
I'd rather not do that if possible because I think
Can
that might.
you add a spell effect or something like that?
There we
Oh,
go.
that's
Give you light.
All right.
It'll unfortunately, I mean, yeah, hi, Lawrence. But yeah. So yeah, good enough. Same effect, basically.
Yeah. Check something quick then. Yeah, that won't work because he's not adjacent to me, so I can't do that.
What's your turn, Pax?
I'm just trying to figure out my action economy is difficult. You know what? I will use a 2-action Ring of the Ram
Okay.
on that guy right there.
Oh, the one that's over by Thef?
No, the one that's closest to us.
Okay. Fortitude.
Um,
Fortitude attempt 22.
DC 22.
Success.
Okay. Half damage and pushed half distance.
Be about
So 5 feet.
5 feet. Yeah.
And I'll roll the 2d6 and you can just have it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So wouldn't it be 46 because it's 2d6 per action?
Yes, it would be. Roll 46.
Oh, yeah, so. Yep. Oof.
And the one that is up near Thef, and you guys with dark vision see, it looks like it's already taken a few fucking slashes. It has a few wounds that are openly bleeding. Lorenz, you're up. Zendros, you're on deck.
All right, first action. I cast light on my shield, and it's definitely at heightened at this point.
Okay, so that would put you at 60 foot.
Yeah, 60 feet bright, and then an extra 60 feet of dim.
Yeah. As the fucking grove lights the fuck up, as Lorenz's shield lights.
Second action. Feels a bit early to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because it's fun. Haha. Let me make sure I can do it before I talk shit, though.
Right, you have one action left.
Lights. Yeah.
Yeah, light's 2 actions, which is fine. Okay, yeah, that works still. I'm just prepping up, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, we'll do that next turn. I'm just gonna run up and throw myself between Mahajapit and it.
Okay. Now that it has been pushed back. Okay. Zendros, your turn. Maha, you're on deck.
Okay. First, I'm going to cast this.
Whoa.
That's a long thing.
Okay.
So, with that, I get 40 temp hit points, fly speed equal to my speed, weakness 10 to good, since
You were
mine is
actually
evil.
neutral.
Am I?
It's his deity, though.
Yeah. Which is
it's
also
good.
neutral, actually, technically.
Right, but
Is it?
neutral evil, though, isn't it?
Zendros, you had the Grim Reaper as your deity.
Yeah.
Check. Make sure.
I was gonna say because previously, whenever I'd used Divine Lance, we'd been operating
Oh no, yeah,
under the
it was
assumption
neutral.
of evil.
Evil. Yep. Okay. Good. Carry on.
Okay. So weakness 10 to good.
Yep.
+1 status bonus to saves against spells. I get dark vision. Not that it's necessary now.
Yeah. Whoosh.
Unarmed attacks and weapons will deal 1 additional damage type, and I get claws that deal 2d8 slashing damage on unarmed attacks and have agile and finesse traits.
Yes.
So on that, you would see bone white claws pop out of my hands.
And in addition,
You get big, huge.
yes, one. I attempt to find that section. There is a way to do it for creatures. I don't remember how to do players. Give me a bit.
I'm assuming changing the size thing doesn't do that.
That's kind of hard coded in. Fortunately.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Once you enter some of those,
I mean, I guess
it just
I was gonna say just hit him with enlarge because
There we go. Good enough. Zendros, how would you like? How would you describe the changes that take over? They'll take over Zendros as divine as he becomes the divine vessel for death itself.
Well, he gets a black kind of shroud around his body, and then you just see the white bone claws pop out of his hands. And that's about it.
Okay.
I just love that the transformation to the divine vessel of the Grim Reaper is like basically Zendros.
Yeah.
Zendros, but bones are directed.
Well, it doesn't say the Grim Reaper, actually. It just says
Your deity,
servitors.
yeah.
So
True.
it says the Grim Reaper's like servants. So
Oh, okay.
True. Okay. You have one action left.
okay. So and that'll be it.
Okay. Maha, you're up. Aslan, you're on deck.
Right. It's going to be a simple enough matter for my turn. Hand goes up, claws out the sigil over his shoulder, and in pops Glinthatook from the
Okay.
green mist.
What about there? Or would you
Yeah,
rather?
we'll go with there, because he still does have 10-foot reach.
Yep. And as
which,
Glinthatook manifests onto the field, you see all the other dragons' heads turn to look at him, and then look at Glinthatook, and then look at you, Maha. And Maha, you feel the sensation of what can only be described as a pop-up on your HUD of objective survive. As they all seem to be glowering at you with a intense dislike or hatred. Mahajapit has become the main character of the encounter.
Unfortunate.
Aslan, you're up.
well, no, Glinthatook
Oh,
still
that's
gets
right.
an action when I summon him.
That's right. You do have one action.
Oh, I forgot to target.
Oh. Would that be against the one that is in range, I will
Yes.
assume? That will hit. Whack! As the Glinthatook just appears out of the mist, and then spins and tail thwacks the black dragon. Ow. Dragon on drag, kaiju on kaiju combat! Aslan, you're up.
Right, first action. Going to be stride there. Second action is flurry. First action, grapple.
Okay. And again, fort save. If I remember, yeah,
Fort DC.
Yeah, that's a success.
All right, it is grabbed and takes 4 bludgeoning damage. Second action is of the flurry is going to be a regular roll attack
That's a hit.
for 11 fire damage.
Okay. And Theft with the opportune backstab.
Sorry, I did actually target.
That's a critical hit.
Aw.
Okay. And it is frightened 1 now. And it must make a D save.
Also enfeebled because of debilitating strike.
True. It fails. So it's slowed 1. And enfeebled.
And for my third action,
Oh!
this will have a -1 penalty because it is 1 size category larger than me,
Mm-hmm.
but no map because it doesn't have the attack tag.
Right. That's a success.
All right, so it'll take 6d6 fire damage. And I can move it to an adjacent square. To an occupied square. So I move it here.
You guys watch as Aslan grabs this black dragon in her arms. Fef getting the shank, getting the punches in. And then Aslan puts this bitch up on her shoulders and just power bombs it fucking face first into the behind it.
Oh, and it is prone.
And it is prone.
Because the success only says that it doesn't do the persistent fire damage and it does reduce damage. Prone is still in effect.
That's true.
Still grabbed or no?
It is no longer grabbed.
Yeah, fair enough. It's still pretty fucking walloped.
Yeah, no, that's still fucking great.
Hey. This one will stand here and you watch as it rears up. Mouth. And unleashes its breath
boy.
weapon. I need everyone to make me a fortitude save.
Woof.
Does
Is
that
this a magic
include
effect?
Glinthatuke as well?
Yes.
I am going to hero point that.
Understandable.
Is this magical? And if so, is it arcane?
Let me check for you. It is arcane. Yes.
That's much better.
I'll take that.
All right, so a 44 for Maha and a 32 for Glinthatuke.
Okay.
And if one of those is a worse result, I get the effects of that.
Right. Okay.
But I do not take both effects.
I keep trying to re-roll mine with my hero point, but things keep happening, which drags the text box back to the beginning.
Cool.
Jesus.
Which I will also hero point mine, but I'll give TJ a chance to do that.
Okay. Hey, that's better. Okay, so.
That should also be another +2. It did not add my circumstance bonus.
Gotcha. That'd be a
But ripperoo.
27. Okay. So. Can you take a look here? Aslan succeeds.
I crit succeed.
Uh
Path to perfection.
oh, yep, true. Maha, you succeed. If it were just you, you would have critically succeeded.
Okay.
But Glinthaduk did succeed. Regular.
Okay.
Zindros, you succeed. Pax, you succeed. Lorenz, you fail. Beth, you fail.
Better than critically failing.
And one of the dragons succeeded and one of them failed. So, roll up the damage here. All right. Aslan, you critically succeeded, so you take no damage. Beth, you failed, right?
Yes.
Okay. You take 25 points of poison damage. Zindros, you failed, right?
No, succeeded.
Succeeded? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. It was just you take 25.
He would take.
He would take
Half,
half.
right?
Fef
Yes.
failed. Sendra succeeded.
Oh, yeah. I do apologize. I'm already fucking myself up. So yeah, Fef, you take 51 points of poison damage.
Oh.
Oh.
Zindros, you
Oh,
take
that's
25.
much worse.
Failed. Full damage.
Meanwhile, Dave's like, why the fuck you guys open your mouths?
Takes half. Lorenz, you take half?
Full.
Full, right.
Or because this was fortitude, not
Yeah.
reflex, right?
Yeah. You
Okay, then
failed,
it'll
but didn't
work,
critically
doesn't matter.
fail. Yeah. And then Maha, you succeeded.
Right.
And then Pax, you
Succeeded.
take half. Okay.
I rolled shockingly high.
That will be the end of its turn. The Krak'Kharrum in the back just keeps watching, ambivalent to what is happening. Beth, it is your turn.
You know what? Let's just do it. I'm gonna take my stance and just try to kill the dragon we have down in front of us.
Okay. Oh, I also need to roll the. That is a critical hit. Oh!
It did.
Yeah, you fucking you punch this thing in the fucking head, and you feel something crack. You feel scales break under the power of your fucking fist, and then bone beyond it, and then it fucking dies.
Sick. Was not expecting it.
Good turn.
I mean, let's go.
Good
Still has one action, doesn't
good
it?
one action.
That was effective.
And I will end my movement here because I don't want to potentially trigger an AOO.
Okay. You
I
do
mean, if
have
there was
another
an
action.
AOO, you would have triggered it already.
By
Yeah.
movement? No, I thought it was just moving. Oh, because they have reach, don't they?
Yeah.
In theory.
Dragons that we have fought so far of this size have had
Oh,
reach attacks.
I do.
Okay, so yeah,
everyone
I will
should be
just-
make everyone. I need everyone to make
Will save.
will save. Yes. 3 will saves actually.
No.
Jesus.
Is this a fear effect?
Yes.
Okay, so I need. I suppose that
Um,
means that both Maha and Glyn need to make 3 saves.
Technically, yes.
Magic and/or arcane.
One.
I think it's dragon fear, so no.
Yeah, it's frightful presence. Actually, technically, Maha, you'd only need to make 1 or 2. Sorry. Same with attack. However, we'll check here.
Am I actually making 3?
No, you were only making 2. Yeah, everyone else is. But no, these are not arcane.
I was just waiting till the results of the first one
Right.
Second
Yeah.
one.
I'm on the
Everyone
other
just
two.
keep track of your results, and then
Right.
I'm gonna use Father Fef's blessing on that.
you can right click.
Just the massive pile of dice.
Okay, I've got mine in.
Okay.
All right.
So
So we'll go down the list. Theft. What did you roll?
Let me scroll just a moment. I know my lowest was 24 because that's what I just rolled. I have 28 for the first one,
I don't think these.
39 for the second, and 24 for the last.
What was the first one?
Damn it. 28.
Okay. Beth, you are frightened. They should have been done at the very beginning. I do apologize, but oof. Aslan, are
Keep in mind that I have Path Perfection and Will Save as well, so
right.
successes are critical.
Did fail one though. Or at the very least, yeah, you would be frightened. Well,
It's only the. Well, I guess it depends when these were rolled because it reduces by 1.
I'm
At the end.
assuming by the numbers, it's the final one that failed.
yes.
But it does also depend which one it was that did that.
Right. The fact that it's just there. And admittedly, yeah, this would have been at the start of the round, so you guys would at least be frightened one. By this. Apologies for not including this sooner. I always forget that these things have a fucking massive aura. Zendros, what were your saves?
22, 26, and 33. The 22 was a crit fail, but the ones that end up being successes, I forgot about this. I roll critical success on if I roll the success.
Okay. And so what was the last one you rolled?
33.
Okay. We'll frighten one from counting down from the last round. Lorenz. Chat. Okay. 6. Frightened one as well. Aha.
got mine up there. 37, 34, 26.
Right. We're actually far enough away that the last one doesn't actually matter.
Okay.
I mean, would it matter now that it moved closer, though?
No, not that one that is, because the one that matters actually didn't. Technically still fail, however. Okay. Also frightened one.
And then, yeah, Glinthitooks are right there in a row. 28, 30, nat 1 for 22.
Frightened one. Pax.
31 and 26.
6. Okay. Okay. Cool. Apologize for that. I remembered that, like, hey, these things have a huge, massive aura. It is not insignificant. All right, Fef, that was your third action.
Yes.
That was the end of his turn, yeah.
Okay. Dragon that is still alive. Currently being blocked by Lorenz. However, rears up and will use its breath weapon.
Unsurprising. Fort save?
Yeah. Sorry.
Or is it reflex?
It would be a reflex save, actually. Reflex from
Okay, cool.
Lorenz and Aha.
Cool. So I actually get bulwark for this then.
Nice. Five.
I'm going to try and shift this.
God damn, Lorenz. Okay. Lorenz, you critically success.
DC 11 flat check to try and shift this.
Oof. Rough. Okay. So, Lorenz, you managed to throw your shield up basically just in time to block the entire damage. But it does unfortunately also have the wraparound effect. Come back around on Ahajapit. Take 43 points of damage. No, 43 points of acid damage.
Acid. Okay, so that's why it was. Got it.
Then it's with its third action, going to attempt to bite at you, Lorenz.
Second.
One second, you said?
Yeah, I'm looking at my reactions.
Okay.
Oh, I guess he has to hit me first.
And he does hit you. Okay. Would still hit you.
Yeah, because that brings my AC up to 36.
Yep, it would still hit you. He rolled a 41.
Okay, that's fine. Now my shield is just raised.
Yep. Take 34 points of damage, as does your shield.
No,
no,
That's only if he blocks. does
That's
he
right.
take it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay. So that will be its turn. Pax, you're up. Lorenz, you're on deck.
Oh, sorry. Hold on 1 second. Foundry did that thing again where it went black. I gotta refresh real quick. Okay, there we go. Windows around. All right. First action will be to two-handed draw my flintlock. Second action be on the bar. There it is. Got him targeted. Second action will be instant opening.
Okay.
He is now flat-footed to me.
Okay.
Third
How
action,
are you? How are you distracting him?
Oh, that's a good point. You know what? We're in the forest. I'll never get the items for it, but I'm going to do it anyways. Remembering being in the forest here has brought back memories of days shifting back and forth to a wolf and the curse Pax was given here. He rears back and lets out an eerily similar howl like the dire wolves.
Okay. Okay.
And then I'm going to shoot him in the fucking face.
That
Things wolves would do if they could use guns, honestly.
yeah.
Let's not bullshit ourselves here.
Hopefully I don't miss. That would be embarrassing at this point. Nope.
I mean, I don't know. I think wolves would be more partial to artillery, particularly howitzers.
Ah, there it is.
That's a critical hit.
Mm.
His attack or the pun?
Both.
Yeah, I was about to say both of them.
Okay, so
Crits with guns are great.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, need to confirm this, but I should have rolled. I should hit the crit button.
Yes, you should have.
That's my fault. Do you want to delete that and I'll do it, or do you want to just double it?
I think it's yeah.
Roll
Oh yeah,
the.
it's critical, so it has to be rolled with the button because it's got fatal D10s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then
You shoot in the fucking face.
I will. Where is it? Precise debilitation is now flat-footed to everybody.
Yep. Also, I believe that says additional 2d6 damage.
It's one or the other.
Ah, gotcha. All
Although
right.
you actually, yeah. So, it is flat-footed until the end of my next turn
And then
to
you
everyone.
okay, and then you can also choose between debilitating choices of debilitating strike or bloody
It's
debilitation.
it's all one choice.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
have to pick from the entire list of stuff.
Flat-footed it is.
Yeah, I'm picking flat-footed to make everybody else's lives easier.
All right. Yeah, you fucking shoot through, and you guys like see it get shot in the fucking face. And Feth, you watch as the bullet pings out the back of its head, and it just
Holy shit.
the fuck was that? Lorenz, you're
I'm
up.
no longer frightened.
Sindras, you're on deck.
Oh, so yeah, your frightened is over.
Yes.
All right.
What technical stats?
Spell strike with produce flame.
Critical hit.
A first two actions.
He's also bleeding, assuming you don't attack again and kill him.
Plus, doesn't that also, since it was a crit, deal persistent fire?
Yes.
Uh,
He is
And also
bleeding
that
and on
fire is-
fire.
And that fire, was that doubled? No, that's just the 74 plus
Oh,
4. So
yeah.
that should be 42 damage from the fire.
So if it's still standing, I would like to opportune backstab.
Hey, Lorenz, what's your third action? Because you said you had a third. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
You so that's how much bleed is 2d6. And how much fire persistent?
That is
2d4. Is it a crit?
Well,
It's also
no, on a
heightened.
crit, it does the persistent. So
It's
it's also
on-
heightened.
Yeah, so that's
Oh.
7d4 fire.
So
Okay.
Because per level increases the damage and persistent. by
True.
the-
All right.
and that
Beth-
also is critical because it got a crit hit.
Yeah. Beth, you may now backstab if you would like.
kind of a mercy killing now.
As it is barely. That's another critical hit.
Just gonna stomp it a little bit, you know.
You stomp. As Lorenz just reels, you strikes with his sword, and the fire erupts around its skull. Beth, you just kind of jump up once the fire starts and just start pounding it in the top of its fucking head until it stops moving. Zindros, your turn.
Okay, so if I can find it here. God, there's a lot of feats I have now.
Also, oh man, now Lorenz's spell strike is refreshed.
Yeah.
So that's my first 2 actions.
Hmm.
Haste on self.
That takes effect this turn, right? Or
No.
no? Okay.
Technically, because what Quickened does is you at the start of your turn when you gain actions, you get that extra action.
Right.
Okay.
It'll be next turn.
Okay. Just going to.
That's why I had to wait for mine.
Yeah, that's fair. I just haven't had a source of haste on this character.
I was
until
wondering
now.
about that, by the
So
way.
All good. Yeah, most of the time prior, I've been the one that doles out haste, so for the rest of you, it seems to take effect immediately.
Because it's the start
when
of
you're
turn
starting.
for it.
Right.
Still real fucking good to be able to put it on yourself.
Oh, absolutely.
yep.
All right. So technically, the haste is still 2 actions.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to draw my weapon, but I think it's already drawn because I never fixed it after last session. So I don't.
Oh yeah, it is technically.
Don't you have the claw unarmed stuff too, or did you still want to draw the Kopesh instead of the claws?
I wanted to draw the Kopeshes in preparation for I assume
Gotcha.
we're going up there for the next dragon up ahead.
I'll just sheath the one, but we'll say that you use your third action to draw your +2.
Yeah. And then that'll be it for me.
Yep. All right, Maha, you're up. Aslan, you're on deck.
Okay. Let me see. What is the distance on this? What's the bonus I can give on? Let me make sure. Oh, it's a 2 action thing. Damn. You know what? I'm gonna have a little fun with this one. I haven't had a chance to use this, so
Oh!
Hell yeah.
let's see. A 30-foot burst. Centered right on him. Gonna need a DC 32 will save.
Okay. Nat 1
Wow.
for a 24. That's a critical
Okay.
failure.
So,
It must also
this will-
succeed a
yeah, this-
reflex.
yeah, so straight up, he takes double this.
Also, he rolled a 27 for his reflex save. Oh!
So he takes 80 mental damage. And reflex save against the same 32.
So that is a
DC.
failure. Normal failure.
It is stunned for 1 minute,
Oh.
but can attempt a new will save at the end of each of its turns. On a success, it disbelieves it. But I just, for the image conjured in this apocalyptic destruction, I wanted him to be seeing all of the dragons of Krak'Kharrum's horde raining their fire upon him, melting the very ground he stands on as he sinks into the earth.
Yes. Let's go. All right. You have one more action.
That is not a persistent burst. I think it's literally just on the initial effect.
Got you.
Yeah. Okay, so that can go away. I'll have that be from the act together to start getting Glinthatook in range. Oh, that's because I'm clicking the targeting thing. That's why that's doing that. So yeah, he gets 5. And then one more action. Let's just have him keep striding up.
Okay.
Just as in the vision, it's Glinthatook. As this fire is raining down upon this dragon, Glinthatook just kind of marching in unfazed by the flames, according to his vision.
Yes. Aslan, it is your turn. Maha and are affected. Right.
All right, let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Got a flurry, first action grapple. And it would be with flanking, and
Yep.
it does have the attack tag, so
That would be a success then.
I don't know if flanking counts for fort DCs.
It is still technically a success.
Okay. So it is grabbed, it takes 4 bludgeoning damage. Second action of the flurry.
That does not. That is a miss, unfortunately.
Even with it being flat-footed?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's still grabbed. And third action. Yeah, this will be at a steep minus. So it'll be at a -3.
Okay. So it has. Oh, so it has to. It has.
No, it has a Fortitude DC. It's
right.
against Fortitude DC.
Oh! Let's go.
So that Glinthatook doesn't take persistent fire damage. Aslan's gonna drop it over here. So let me ping.
Over here.
Just drop it to her left so that it's like 1 square away from Glinthatook.
Oh, like over here, basically, or over.
Yeah.
It has to be adjacent.
It has to be adjacent to me.
her.
Oh, okay. So it'll be like.
So just
here.
right there.
Or
Uh,
there we go.
somewhere like that. Yes. And
Okay.
it will take 12d6 fire damage.
Oh fuck.
It will also take 1d6 persistent fire damage. That's
Yep.
not doubled because that's part of the crit effect.
Yep.
It is no longer grabbed and it is prone. This poor stunned prone.
So now the sinking
And this was a
into the
bigger
ground
dragon.
in fire. Yeah, now the sinking into the ground in fire is now physically real as well.
As
Not
Aslan
just
runs out of the flames and plants herself a dumbass tree. All right, so
Everyone just watches Aslan pick up a bigger dragon and it explodes. Like the fire, when it hits the ground, explodes around it. Even Aslan technically is taking 1d6 persistent fire damage. She just has 7 fire resist at this point because of her stance, so it doesn't do anything to her.
right, it is physically incapable of damaging her. Okay.
Well, when I drop the stance, it can. So
right. So the dragon being stunned. It is stunned 1, correct?
It's stunned for a minute.
Right.
it's kind of a weird wording,
Which
'cause
means
it doesn't
that
give a stun value.
what it means is if it says here under stunned, stun might have a duration instead of a value, such as stunned for 1 minute. In this case, you lose all of your actions for the listed duration.
Okay.
He can make a will save at the end of this turn, but that's literally the only thing he gets to do is try and make a will save against the 32 DC. Or technically, it's up to 33 again now that I'm not frightened.
Yep.
So 33 DC will save, or he stays stunned.
That's a 30. He stays stunned. And he takes 1 fire damage, but he does manage to shake off the persistent. Somehow. In his rabid flailing while being stunned, he does manage to shake off the ancient green Krak'Kharrum staring at you now, Aslan, just Beth, your turn. Pax, you're on deck.
So you can call me on bullshit if you'd like. I will accept it. But you remember how at the start of the fight I drew and loaded my crossbow?
Yes.
Yes.
It is prone, so
Yeah, it is prone,
Yeah.
so it will have technically like a
A -4,
Yeah,
or
you will have a
something, or
-4.
2.
+4 to hit.
Oh, wait, I'll have a +4 to
No,
hit.
you'll have a
No,
-4 to hit.
hold on.
Okay. Yeah, I
Let
guess
me-
it's
let me make
better to
sure
just take up
exactly how-
all the movement.
I think
Yeah,
it's
let
either
me just-
-4 or -2.
Yeah, you get a +4 circumstance bonus to AC.
Yeah.
But you remain flat-footed. So yeah, it gets +4 to AC, but it's still flat-footed. So
Right.
it's
So it's
basically
effectively a +2, but flat-footed.
Right.
Yeah, I'll just move up on it. So 2 actions to I believe where I'm gonna be will flank with Azalin.
I mean, it's stunned and prone, so it's already plenty flat-footed.
Yeah.
But that's not flanking.
Yeah, that's not
'Cause
flanking,
it
but
has
it's
to go
already
through
flat-footed.
Opposite sides. Yeah. If you wanted to flank it, you'd have to go to
Yeah,
there,
Okay,
or
which I do
there,
have the
and 3
movement
sides
to
on
do
its
that.
left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be opposite sides or corners for flanking.
That is a critical success.
And we are just bullying this guy with crits. I think everybody who has attacked it has gotten a crit.
Oh man. So it is now frightened 1.
Also, I'm just realizing, what was our record damage in a hit before?
That would have been
Okay, 84. So I did not break that record.
just
No.
barely.
Hit 80 even from the spell.
Yeah.
But
Okay. And then frightened, and then it is also enfeebled, correct?
Yes, and it has to make a DC 33 basic fort save or be slowed 1.
That would be a failure. So it is also slowed 1. Not that
I
It'll be
it,
feel
on the
kind of
next one.
bad.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Okay. Pax, you're up. Lorenz, you're on deck.
okay. Just to confirm something, I am. This again. Yeah. Okay. So I'll use 2 actions to move all the way up to here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna make a basic unarmed strike of kicking it in the head.
Okay.
And calling it a bitch.
It is flat-footed. Yes.
That is a miss.
I'm gonna hero point it.
That's some petty right there.
To be fair, he did miss by 1. That is a hit.
God.
Huh.
And it is taking 3d6 persistent bleed damage now too.
How does that work? I don't fucking know.
Internal bleeding.
Yeah. As Pax, you wind up your foot and you kick, and you manage to get right in the fucking eye, and you feel the eyeball fucking pop against your fucking toe. Ah!
So let me just roll that 3d6 here.
No, I
No,
already
no,
did.
it's already
It's
put
already
in.
played. Yep.
Like
Also,
when
if
his
it's
turn
still
ends,
alive,
it'll roll.
I'm gonna do my thing.
Yep, it is still alive.
Fef
you're-
gonna fef.
Beth gonna fucking shank. Critical
Okay.
success. Beth, you fucking pummel it to death as it's Beth yet again hopping up on top of a dragon's head and just beating it until it stops moving.
I'm just stealing everybody's kills tonight is what I'm doing.
No,
Opportune
being petty.
backstab.
I wasn't being petty. I was being tactical.
Opportune backstab.
I mean, I was being a little petty.
Okay, Lorenz, your turn.
Shit.
I suppose as Fef finishes beating the life out of the other one, Ma just is going to heave a sigh and say, Krak'Kharrum, may we now speak?
No.
Well,
Now I see you.
I couldn't hear part of that.
Yeah, you cut out there.
Now I see what you can do. My stance has not changed. Still wish nothing to do with your kind. But I may allow you to leave.
what if we told you that's basically what we wanted from you anyway?
Then you wouldn't be here.
We
Gonna look
came here.
around. Thank you.
We came here to seek an audience in order to be able to try and prevent conflict between us. In knowing that Gratharum's forces were coming, we simply sought if there was any way to prevent you from joining them, so that we might fend for ourselves to be able to live in peace as we are, as you wish to be.
And Krak'Kharrum will raise up, finally standing, and use its held action. Move forward. Be gone or perish. My actions are my own. Maha, do make a diplomacy for me, though.
Okay.
Okay. Lorenz, it's your turn. As it stares very intently at you, Mahajapit, and looks occasionally at Glinthatuk.
Just to confirm, it's
If
been
it
making
wants-
a comic this whole time, right?
Yes.
I think if he wants us to leave, we should just leave while we have the good grace to do so.
I mean, we
I
came
agree.
here to make sure we have no fight with him, so that seems the best way to do it.
Then let us go in peace.
Putting away my sword and shield, then, honestly.
Lorenz, roll me a 1d2,
Okay.
aka flip a coin. Sorry, just was like, there is a model for that. It is staring very intently at Glinthatuk, but otherwise does not make any movement. So you put your sword and shield away. You have one action left.
Yeah, I'm just gonna basically kind of hold back here and keeping my eye on it for sure, but waiting for the people that are closest to it to be able to fall back without coming under repercussion.
Okay, Zendros.
I'm going to kind of make a concerted effort to back up, but I will be kind of holding about here, and again, just waiting for everyone else to back up as well.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Ma's going to take a moment and place his hand over the sigil to unmanifest Glinthatook before giving a very deep bow towards Krak'Kharrum. And he says, I apologize for the intrusion. We will not bother you again. I'm going to turn and just start walking away.
Well, sort of. So technically, it is a reaction. He manifests as well.
Oh, right. Yeah. I forgot about forgot that it's only when doing it to summon there's another action. That's right. That's right.
Aslan?
We've ruled in the past that dead things don't have fortitude DCs, correct?
Yes.
Oh no.
She's gonna pick up the body of the, or grab the body of the dead big dragon and whirling throw it off to the side.
Okay.
Just like,
Okay. I thought you were gonna throw it at him.
and then she will stare at the dragon. I will remain here until I am certain my comrades will be safe. You have seen I am swift enough to leave very quickly, should I desire.
Aslan, give me a perception check. Okay. Krak'Kharrum stares at you very intently. Without turning away. Does kind of just go back to the middle of these of the field of this mound of greener grass and flowers sprouted up. Beth, your turn.
Just gonna start retreating, I guess.
Okay.
I will hold here, though.
Tax.
I'm gonna drop one hand off my musket. I'm going to actually wave at him, and then I'm just gonna walk away. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 20, 30, and I will wait here.
Lorenz.
Just again, kind of. I was luckily further back, so I'm just kind of holding for. I'll move back to like here.
Okay. Zendros.
Pretty much just going to be there. Pretty much have fucked off at this point.
Sure. Uh-huh.
Continuing to just make our way out. Leave his domain. As was agreed.
Aslan. That's
Hold
your
the remaining 2 actions.
There's your first action. And Krak'Kharrum watches you intently as you leave the grove. Not making any overtly hostile action. But definitely staring very intense. That. I've technically succeeded. Everyone gets 180 experience points.
So we're at 910. That puts us to 910.
Oh no. I'm sorry, I did my math wrong.
We were at 730.
Right. How much did I say?
You said 180.
180.
And 270. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's
That's just
15.
Yep.
So that puts us at level 15 with how much?
0.
Right at flat.
sick.
Right at 15.
Gave a little extra because you guys managed to actually talk your way out of that one somehow.
That was always the plan,
Yep.
as it were.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to fight a dragon like that, but not. I don't want to start the fight and not with the party spread out the way it was.
Right. There's many ways that trying to turn that into a fight would have gone quite poorly.
Yes. Oh boy, we.
I don't know,
get
with the way you guys were rolling tonight, I think it would have been over in like 2 fucking rounds.
Maybe,
Either
for
that
better or
or
worse.
it turned right there.
See, we walked away from the table and we were winning like smart people.
How do we do ability score increases? It's been a while.
There's
You
just
get-
that edit button.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you increase 4 ability scores by 2. If they're 18 or higher, they only increase by 1.
Yep.
Oh, my buttons for the level 15 boosts are grayed out.
I think you have to... Have you set your level to 15?
Yes. All of
Do
them.
you have the use custom box checked?
Yes, I do.
That's why.
Okay.
So just do it manually.
It changed
nope.
everything.
Luckily, I
Oh.
was able to grab your stats before you did anything. So
Thank you. Thank you. Christ.
I was like, oh, something's about to get fucked up here.
I don't remember what order I did them in, but it shouldn't really matter at this point, so. Actually, hold on. I should be able to actually look at my character builder.
I am a master spellcaster now.
Con, Wiz, Dex, Intelligence. Okay.
Yes, welcome to level 15, everyone.
Int.
Okay.
Con,
My
Wiz,
boost under the
Charisma.
Duke.
I now have legendary proficiency in Arcana.
Nice.
And since my int went up, I get a new skill up to trained and a new language, if I'm
So-
not mistaken.
What will you do next?
Do believe so, yeah.
As you have left the grove, move back into
Charisma, Con, Wisdom.
the forest.
Aslan has 65 move speed now.
Charisma.
Perfect.
Strength in.
Ma, just as they continue walking, definitely has a very, like, torn and upset look on his face. I'm not sure how to feel about everything that just happened.
Well, we didn't make an enemy.
I suppose there is that.
I am
Or
not
the
getting
Zen.
bonuses from my ancestries.
Were this any other, well, standard diplomatic mission, that would have been considered an abject failure. But I suppose for what we set out to do, this is about as good as we could have hoped for. I certainly didn't have any delusions of trying to get him to change his mind on turning against his brethren, but
Which, in a way, kind of ends up making this the success we were looking for.
Yeah, Pax, you might just need to use custom and then just upgrade the number manually.
Yeah. Okay. So this is supposed to be 12. This was 20.
Oh, cool feat.
18. 16.
well,
And since this is a general feat level, I think.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to folks, if there are no general feats you want, you can take skill feats as general feats.
right.
I get no feats this level.
Should still get a general? Hold on, let me see. APG.
Oh, I do get one general. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, because everybody should get generals at the same rate.
And a single skill increase as well.
Yes.
Which you can now raise to legendary.
Right.
Yes, you can now. You can choose to raise one skill up to legendary.
Okay.
Which is
So
exactly what I'm going to do.
As Lindo has legendary athletics.
Same.
For dem grapples.
Legendary diplomat. Talked with an ancient dragon, did not get fucking devoured or roasted to a crisp. I'd say he has earned that.
Yeah.
I need to upgrade our weapon specialization.
We'll say, though, Aslan is displeased with the party's choice to retreat.
I honestly
But was not
waiting-
about to. Yeah.
Oh, I was waiting to see you go in.
I was really thinking about it.
If you had, I will say, if you had gone in, I was gonna follow.
Oh yeah, like I was down to clown.
No, I really, really thought about it because I saved a lot of tricks anticipating this thing was going to join the fight.
I kind of thought it was too. I didn't think we were gonna actually talk it down at all.
Nice. Also, so what is your next plan of action, party? Wallace bruised.
still
What is your
checking.
next action?
Well, we've confirmed he's probably not joining the fight, so
I suppose that means that now we need to be ready to join the fight ourselves.
well, I'm
to,
assuming the 3 dragons we took out were the scouts, or at least some of the scouts that we were warned about.
Quite possibly. That is true. They did say there were some of the scouts being sent over in this general direction from the eastern coast, right?
Yeah, so
they were coming in around. Was it Eschia?
the northeast part of the country, the continent, I think.
Yeah, they were approaching around Eschia, I think it was, and then there were some that flew southwest. So these were probably those scouts then.
Okay. Then
In that case, we may need to reconvene back in Duver, report that we've taken them out, and should have fairly safe confirmation of Krak'Kharrum's non-involvement. And prepare for war.
All right. Lorenz, will you be casting teleport?
I will tomorrow.
Ah, yes. Because unfortunately, Lorenz did not prepare teleport today. Looks like you guys are spending one more night in the Tiefwald.
I suppose as we continue traveling back north and away from Krak'Kharrum's grove, are the trees moving again?
They seem to be being fairly stationary, but they're not. At the same time, they're not. It's hard to tell. They're keeping stationary for now.
Okay.
So that dragon was one insult away from Azalin staying and fighting, basically. But because it backed down before she did, like it
Ignore
backed
that.
off. Yeah,
Right.
that's basically the only reason she didn't go in and fight, because it backed down first. It showed fear.
I'm sure if you said that out loud, it would be interpreted very differently.
Probably.
Well, that's how Aslan's interpreting it, and that's how you guys avoided getting dragged into a fight.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. I I do not envy the thought of trying to deal with a bat.
I was gonna pop Magma Mantle too.
Yeah, I had True Strike on or True Target on tap, and like, yeah, it was gonna be go time.
I would have been all for it if everybody was closer.
Okay.
You know, I have Whirling Throw. I could have potentially arranged it for everybody to be closer.
You know.
Though I'd have to have enlarged myself with Magma Mantle to be able to do that.
So,
Yeah.
okay. So, as you guys, how will you be spending the day in the deepest part of the Tiefwald?
I suppose along the travels.
Where are wolves?
We probably left them outside the grove.
Yeah, there you find them again as you leave the grove.
Right. Okay. I was gonna say for after a bit of walking, I was probably going to have just the realization of everything that went on. I fucking hurt.
Yeah, Maha is in very much a lot of pain. Maha is injured.
Would any of you object to a few minutes rest? Just I can help out some of the rest of you, and I just need to breathe and not feel this for a bit.
Linthituke murmuring his agreement in your head.
Good with me.
And,
Would be for the best.
Ma's
Yes,
going
please.
to as he goes to he starts to sit down and then catches himself and hoists himself back up for a sec. It's just I'm not the only one hurt though. Give me a moment. And I'll walk over to Lorenz and give a big ol' lay on hands.
Cool. Heightened what?
This is heightened
7?
to 7th level. Which
No, it's heightened plus
is-
7, so it's heightened to 8 level.
Right. So yeah. 48 health back in your body.
40.
Hell yeah.
And going to then walk over to Fef. Do the same.
Okay.
Pop the focus point out of the pool.
Yep.
And we'll also walk over to
You guys did some pretty good
Nice.
work, but you also got some of you got pretty beat the fuck up.
and once again lay on hands to Pax. And after that, he goes to start to sit down, and then just falls flat onto his back. Just closes his eyes for a bit, and you can hear him just kind of silently murmuring some prayers.
That's fair.
Which 10
Huh?
minutes to
I wanna-
rest and refocus.
Yeah, I want to try something while this is happening since I have the skills for it now.
So yeah, 10 minutes would give you at least one focus point back.
I believe I took. Yeah, I did take link focus, so that gives
nice.
me 2
Ooh,
points.
Very nice.
And I also have where to go?
Yeah, refocusing.
E.
Oh yeah.
Con mod times half my level.
Is con mod time 18 times 15.
Con mod.
Oh, con
is
mod, right? 4
4
times 15.
times half of 15. So
right.
4 times 7, so that's 28 health back just from the 10
Just-
minutes of rest and prayer.
And I, since I have this,
I'm bad at math.
I am going to attempt a DC 30 medicine check since I have Master in Medicine on myself and Maha. Because Ward Medic.
Right, you can do multiple.
I can actually do 4 targets now.
Now, did you use the same result of the check for everyone?
Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's a lot of health.
How much health is it?
4d8 hit points plus a flat plus 30.
Roll 48 plus 40. Aha, you feel pretty good.
Yeah, that puts me back at max 2.
Oh yeah.
I got it.
So as Pax finishes up the quick treatment and finishes up his prayers, just sits up in place a bit and just, life is pretty good, yeah? Let's put in some work to make sure we actually keep it, shall we?
Yeah, dying would probably not be great.
For us or anyone else out here. Well, just in case Krak'Kharrum does have any lingering ire, we should probably keep moving for a bit. Maybe not quite the exact same path we came, if possible, till we have a chance to make our way back to Duver.
I'm just kind of hoping Erastil didn't want us to kill him too. Did seem to be the reason we had such an easy route.
Perhaps, though Well, I can't say I would know his intentions or if he knew ours, but I suppose that's something to find out another time. Given how many run-ins we've had with the Divine as of late, we may well find out sooner rather than later. Of course, next time you run into the boss, you could always ask him if he knows.
I mean,
May
yeah,
well
I
be
remember.
may well be something we have to handle, but I think there's bigger fish to fry at the moment.
Okay, well, yeah. The day kind of progresses by. I'm assuming you guys just kind of hang out effectively, setting up camp to just kind of wait.
I was thinking again, follow back like northwest-ish a bit to try and just break from the path we took a little,
Mm-hmm.
just in case we're followed in any way.
Okay.
And then, set up camp for the night after we've gone a bit of ways.
Okay. Okay. The night goes. There's definitely a sense. Ooh, that was some lightning. There's definitely an overall sense of tension in the air, being so close to Krak'Kharrum's lair. This deep into the woods, it is prevalent. However, otherwise, the night goes without issue. Um, and everyone is allowed to rest. Hit your rest buttons, shit. And Lorenz in the morning. I'm going to cast your teleport spell.
Yep.
Where are you headed?
Do I be a prick about this?
Well, Lorenz,
Well,
how much of a prick are you?
I'm a pretty shitty person.
tick tock, tick tock.
Well, hold on. I have to like reset up my spell slots real quick.
Right, re-prepare.
I mean, obviously, we can't teleport the dire wolves, so if we're not going back there, we need to send them home.
But yeah, it'll take me 10 minutes to do the spell anyway, so we'll have time for that. Yeah, we're going right to the foot of the Archmage's tower at the very least.
Okay.
I was tempted to show up right in their main room, but like even Lorenz is kind of wary of having that run into your parents' fucking moment.
So, God. I have a question. Out of the dire wolves here, is there one that seems to be a leader, or are they all pretty equal?
They're all pretty equal.
Okay. I'm going to crouch, however short that is. I don't know how tall they are, to the one I've been riding, and I'm gonna say, if we give you a note, can you take this back with you to the kennel?
And it just stares at you.
Fuck.
It's a little harder when you don't speak
Big dog.
bark.
No. Do they have harnesses?
I mean, they don't have harnesses, they have saddles.
Okay. Ma, can you write a note for King Merrick, letting him know what happened?
I suppose I could.
Like you don't have sending.
I have no idea who has it or not. So
I mean, Lorenz does.
Yeah.
Lorenz has it learned. It would just be a matter of preparing it and being able to cast
Yeah, I
it.
can prepare it for the day.
oh, okay, that's way easier. Assuming you can send to him.
Yeah, I would just have to send first and then teleport.
All right, that's way better. Fuck my idea. I was gonna put a note under one of their saddles and hope somebody found it. Your idea is way better.
Magic helps ease a lot of things. It's a complicated process, but can make a lot of things less complicated.
It's true. So we're
And
just
then-
telling him that we've mission accomplished, that we're sending the wolves back.
Yes.
Krak'Kharrum should not intervene. Wolves are on their way back.
And even knowing they don't understand me, I'm still gonna look back at my dire wolf. You guys head home. I swear I'll buy you hams next time. Bark.
I love that he barked at them. But yeah, sending to King Merrick. Krak'Kharrum, yeah, as Maha said, Krak'Kharrum will not intervene. Sending the wolves back. We are returning to Duver. Prepare yourselves for what will come. 24 words.
Appreciate the warning. Well done.
Right, and then yep, the moment it gets that back, it just kind of starts working on the spell.
And 10 minutes later, we'll stand pile around Ren. And the darkness of the forest gives way to the very bright light of the morning Duvarian sun. As fucking Foundry restarts on me. Holy shit. Uh-oh. I activated the scene and then suddenly it no longer loads. What?
Oh no.
Everything's gray for me. Uh-oh. That's no good. Well,
Give it a sec.
I can do other stuff. I can load other maps. I just can't. Nothing actually loads though.
Oh.
Yeah. So, you all stand at the foot of the Megasis Tower, the Arc Megasis Tower. That is where we'll end tonight's session with what seems to be the penultimate session. As next week will be the final session. Get ready for a long one.
Yep.
It ain't gonna be short.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh Lord. Here we fucking go.
Thank you to everyone watching on stream. Thank you so much for being with me, hanging out with us the whole time. Hope you all had fun. No, we did. See you guys next week for the finale of the campaign. I do not expect to get to bed until at least some point in the AM. Have a good one, everyone.